Hello! What's going on, everybody? How's everybody doing? Good morning. Alright, let's get going. Got work to do in KSP today. But I gotta check something here. I don't think we're getting any sound through the main computer. Nope. Nope. I was about to watch your recovery stream when you started this one. Oh, go check that out. Yeah, no, dude, it worked. We got the helicopter working pretty well yesterday, which is pretty sweet. I don't have any sound going through my main computer. That's weird. All right, here, let me give that a quick restart, and then we'll get back to it. Chief, what's going on? How are you guys doing? Plume. Alright, let's try this. Good day. Hello. I am trying to just get sound through my main computer here. Let's see. Let's see if we have audio now. We do. Here. Guys, I gotta play the video. I can't. Gotta play it. Shot ever. I had to do an audio test. What? I had to do an audio test. What do you want from me? I had to. This shot right here, man. So that's the entry burn. That's the supersonic retro propulsion. That's my favorite. My favorite. Always efficient flamethrower. My favorite. Did you hear me complaining? Nope. You know what? You know what I've noticed? Look at the three engines. The three engines are horizontal, and the way the flames propagate is vertical. Isn't that strange? That's weird, man. I wonder why that happens. The Eye of Elon, dude. Yeah, no, the eye is freaking awesome, dude. Look at that. We haven't seen that in a little while. Dude, that's strange how much that looks like a person's eye. CG. Well, yeah, you are watching on a computer. What are you, dumb? Jeez. Wake up. God. Oh, yeah. This part's sick. This part's really awesome. So, the engine's firing, and what's happening is all the heat is getting trapped right here. And that heat is igniting the gas generator exhaust. That's what all these flames are in here. It's the gas generator from the engine. You see how sooty these flames are? Oh, that's so legit, dude. That's so cool. All your friends are like CGI shaking my head. Get new friends. Get new friends. Sorry. That's so cool. Oh man, that never gets old. I wish we could get more engineering footage, dude. I would break down all the engineering footage. If they showed the engineering footage from every launch, I would watch all of it. Every stream. I'm serious. It's so... Is that bad? Like, I don't know if that's bad or not. I'm pretty sure people would enjoy that. Would you? Look at this nerd. Yeah. Nerd. Ask for the footage from the ULA snipers. I don't know. That we need an updated version of this. What's that? It just seems strange seeing an all-white Falcon 9 nowadays. Isn't that weird? That just seems weird. Here, we got some 4K footage. Let's take a look. That just looks bizarre. I'm like, what? What is that? Yeah, it just looks so weird. It's just weird looking. Huh. Oh, no legs. Oh, that looks even weirder. I hate it. I hate it. No, never again. Stop that. Stop this. You stop this now. Oh, well, that's good. That one has legs. I always thought the orange tank looked cooler, Henry, to be honest with you. I just thought the orange tank looked way cooler.
First stage propulsion is nominal.
Money. How about Falcon 9 without the octaweb? Yeah, that's strange.
Bearing separation confirmed.
Cattle! Oh, that probably pissed that farmer off something fierce, man. That farmer was probably pissed. DM'd you. Okay. Yeah, right, Bram? Now Block 5 looks to get it. How did the inspiration launch go? Everything seems okay, from what I understand. The weirdest of them all is the expendable one. Dude.
Discovery,
what?
go at throttle up.
That just looks weird. That's just strange. Play Planet. Take my sub, please. Yeah, 2013. I don't like that. Yeah, here we do got some pictures from up on the capsule, guys, which is pretty cool. Man, SpaceX has come such a long way. It's unbelievable. Thanks, I hate it pretty much. Like, you don't even need the typey emote. It's just, thanks. Actually, you kind of do. Thanks. I hate it. It just looks strange, man. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I've never been so offended by something I 100% agree with. I felt sad we haven't seen more stuff from I4. Apparently that makes me a jerk because I don't value their privacy. Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. Alright. Like, Snooch, this is like the new thing to freaking, you know, get upset about. People are either A, getting pissed off that, you know, we don't have enough footage from inside of the capsule, or B, people are getting pissed off because we don't value their privacy. It's like, dude, this is what I said yesterday, man. I'll just say it again. I don't really care. Like, look, at the end of the day, man, we didn't pay for this. We don't have skin in the game. We didn't pay for this stuff, so it's not our problem. Right? That's not our choice. And you know what? That's okay. If the I4 team wants to spend some time alone in the capsule, that's totally cool. I get it. I get it. I mean, how annoying would that flight be if you were getting pestered constantly? On the other hand, it would be pretty cool if we did see some footage from inside the capsule while they were up there. But, once again, I respect their privacy, dude. If that's what they want. If that's how you want to do it, dude, this is a privately funded mission. They can handle it however the heck they want to. You know? Like, I understand, like, dude, I'm honestly indifferent about this. I understand both sides of the argument. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Well, Berger said some stuff about footage and such. Let's take a look. Sounds like there will be plenty of content coming down from the Inspiration 4 crew today. Understandably, it took some time to get acclimated to space. Also, to clarify, there's no blanket prohibition on video due to any agreement with Netflix. Okay. And then John says, I'm really disappointed how quickly people jumped on the video exclusivity train. Hope to see some folks backtrack from those takes. Yes, I hate unverified rumor. You guys smell burnt toast? Like I said, I'm staying indifferent on this one. Give me 1 second. Yeah, Grabshark came in there with the funny coming from you. It's like, dude, I don't want to play games. I'm not touching that one today. Let's just play Kerbal. It's so freaking tiring, dude. So the tweet from David of SLS rolling out mid-October is gone. What's your opinion on KSP2 so far? Steve, I like what I see thus far. I'd like to see more with the scatterer, a little more with, like physics simulation. I mean, that's rich coming from me. I mean, but hey, at least I'm consistent, right? I want to consistently break your game. Just like 99% of Twitter saying stuff for sweet engagement. Yeah, Thomas. Yeah, I'll be honest with you, Thomas. There is a very good reason, dude. How often do I call people out on Twitter like that? I never do that stuff unless I'm absolutely 100% sure. So, I mean, just... That's why I was like, huh, that's funny. Where'd you hear that from? Sources. Yeah, but Forlorn, see, the difference between what everybody else does and the difference between what I do is that I never report my sourced information as news. Ever. I never do that. Like, I could tell you that, oh, SLS is going to roll out here. It's going to roll out here. It's going to roll out here. I'm not doing that. I have no way, okay, here's the duality of this, all right? The duality of this is that I know people dude, there's people that watch a stream that work for every single company. Everyone you can think of. Like, I know people here, I know people at this company, I know people at this company. They tell me what's going on, and I could report that, but I won't. I'm not going to. The reason why I'm not going to is, A, first and foremost, a lot of it could be misinformation. A lot of it could be misinformation. And it's funny how spaceflight journalists fall for that misinformation hook, line, and sinker like 90% of the time. Yeah. Yeah, that happens way more than you think. Case in point. See what I'm talking about? It's Forlorn. I could report the craziest stuff. I'm not going to, though, because I have no way to prove it. As far as I'm concerned, it's anecdotal. It means nothing. It means nothing. It means nothing. I am the cream. I only report stuff that can be traced to a concrete source. That's the only thing I do. And sometimes we talk about stuff, and I'm like, hey, would it be cool if they do this? Would it be cool if they do this? You know, I drop cryptic stuff from time to time, but I never say, oh, you know, my sources say that this is going on. You know? The flip side is journalism relies on anonymous sources because official releases are not always truthful. I guess. I mean, Hellfish, I don't need to call people out on their bullcrap. The rest of the space Twitter does that 24/7, even when there is no bullcrap, so I don't feel the need to do that. Misinformation is to catch the leakers. Mm-hmm. The buck stops with me. People tell me what's going on all the time with a lot of different things, and I don't say anything. And guys, like, I would love to tell you this stuff, but I have no way to substantiate it. And I'm not gonna say, oh, yep, this is what's going on. Source, dude, trust me, you know? That's Bush League stuff, Hellfish. I don't do that crap. Oh, yeah. CJ, you don't even know. It's ridiculous, man. I work for NASA. The moon's made out of cheese. Wow, this must be true. People want to have a scoop. Tech, that's the thing, dude. You don't need a scoop with spaceflight. Spaceflight's just cool. You could just literally say what's going on in the industry right now, and people will enjoy it. I'm just saying, all I do is report on what's going on. That's it. That's all I do. That's it. It's the strangest freaking thing, man. Dude, trust me, are the best sources. Those who don't say and those who say don't know. Yeah, okay, I get what you're trying to say. Hey, Avix, what's going on? Well, the 14 people in space thing only lasted for a few hours. Yeah, Shinjiao came home. Oh well, next time. Okay, let's go over here. Let's get the music going. Bing, bong, bong, bong. We all know you opinionate on things too. Well, of course I do. But I make it a thing to tell you that that's just my opinion. I keep my op-eds separate from the news sources. That's really important. Nobody does that. What happened the last time in KSP? I couldn't watch the VOD. Actually, we had pretty much a total mission success across the board, Endo. After the fallout from the SN10 crash, I fixed the pad, we fixed everything up and running, we got 2 missions going, and we're basically... we did a double Probodobodine squared mission, which was a great mission. Launching a probe out to Minmus for 2 science missions. Yeah, really good stuff. Hey, Brandster, 27-month resub. SSDO is out on the runway. We gotta go get 7. What's Probodobodine? It's an imaginary company in-game. The pad exploded, but I fixed it. Complex 3 is... I implemented a bunch of fixes for Complex 3. If you notice, the flag is a little bit to the left of the pad because the first pad was right there. But yeah, everything's working pretty well. We gotta go get, gotta go pick up 7 here. This is the tow truck. Moksovisk. What's up, buddy? What's going on? What are you up to here? I'm going and grabbing one of my spaceships off the runway. We're going to tow it back to the launch site. Get ready for the next mission. Hey, I've seen you driving a pad. I couldn't tell the difference nowadays. Last, please. What's Probodobodine? It's a company in game, dude. What's the matter, Flankin? Didn't hear me the first time I answered it? Wait, what is old EJ faster than you? Got the quick draw for the answers, man. Got the finger guns. Can you answer it a 3rd time? What if I could? Come on, I'm an old man. Telling me that I can answer stuff faster than you can ask them? What's going on? It happens all the time, B-Soul. People do it just to screw with me. Oh, yeah. It's only when I say something about it. That too, Darkside. So for like The last 3 or 4 days, there's just been a spider up there. He's just kind of chilling. And now he's starting to make a web. And that means he's getting close to me. So I might, you know, get rid of him. Stupid spoder. Had to refresh? Nah, it's all good, man. I'm just giving you crap. He's your spider, bro. No, he's spoder. It will eliminate flies. Yeah. Dude, that's why I'm just like, nah, you good. If he gets close to me, though, I'm gonna be like, I'd be like, flush me, Jay, flush me. He'd be like, nah. Burn down the house. I don't give a crap about spiders. Doesn't bother me. As long as you stay over there. But now I notice he's making a web and he's getting near me. You get too close to me, I'm gonna mess you up. Pills, I started playing again after years away. I used to always use only the DV values from the Delta V Mac back in the day. Now I multiply those values by 1.2 for probes and 1.6 for Kerbal flights and have so much more better results. I wish someone had told me that we do that long ago. It would have been much better earlier. Nuke it for Morbid. It's the only way to be sure. Are we excited for KSP 2? Does the Pope poop in the woods? No, he doesn't. Do you know that for sure? Sources said you don't know that for sure. Alright, Spoder Man, you just stay up there. If the Pope did want to poop in the woods, do you think people would be cool with it? I mean, he's the Pope. What are you gonna say? No? I want to poop in the woods. Father, you cannot do that. I want to poop in the woods. I am going to. Not a lot of woods in Vatican City. You don't know that. They could have an underground forest, man. Holy poop. See? Where do you think the term came from, Henry? Holy poop! It came from when some people were walking in the woods and found poop in the woods, and they guessed that it came from him, and they exclaimed, "Holy poop!" True story. See? Kerbal Space Program Developer Insights, Engine Exhaust and VFX. Okay. Alright, let's see what we got. Let's see what we got here. Oh! 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 I like that. I like that. Yeah, boy, that's a nice little rocket engine. I tell you what, boy, I see that. That is an aggressive rocket engine. Oh, plume expansion. So cool. Bruh. Bruh. That, you think they would do it? What do you mean you think they would do it? That's KSP 2. Cogger! That's pretty coggers. That's real good, man. This is the part that gets me, the plume expansion. So this happens when a rocket engine goes higher up. When you go higher away from the ground, the pressure drops. When the pressure drops, the gases can expand easier. And that, oh man. Based on the plume, what propellant do you think this is using? Let me look at it again. Methane. They modeled this after... Thomas, are you here? They modeled this after SpaceX's Raptor test firing. Almost positive. Yeah. See how the flame goes from like white to blue to yellow? Methane. Yeah, I know. Flying is it's pretty legit. See, plume expansion. Oh, that's so cool. Looks more like the BE4. Also methane. Yep. This looks like a Methalox motor. I mean, it could be a BE4, but it looks like they used Raptor or BE4 test footage. Is it messed up if I know, like, precisely where they got their reference from? Is that bad? Is it? It's bad? Mal? Mal or no? Mal? Liquid natural gas. Hey, we're here and it didn't explode. Well, that's good. We sell methane and methane accessories. Yeah, right, Rob. You have snow on the ground up north? I'm sorry. Is the pad anchored? No. Hi, Peter. What's happening? Last, please, exhaust expansion question. Danny Eagle, what's going on? Is it a solid cone or more like an umbrella when it expands like that? The shape changes depending on pressure. Is this Venture Star? Hey, 251. It's K33, actually. Or X33. Only I made my X33 go to space. It's an SSDO, fully reusable, dude. What's going on? Long time no see. 251. I'm just going to cut right to the chase. Have you heard about Route 154? My project that I'm working on? A little bit of a side project here. I have not. Well, you could click the link or I could tell you. I bought... Did you watch... you watch Hoonigan, right? 251? You watch the Hoonigan channel? On YouTube? You've seen a bit. Well, long story short, I bought an old truck from them, and it's in Compton, California. It's at their shop, and I'm going to drive it home. I'm going to stream driving it home and fixing it and driving it home to Boston. Yeah, that starts next week. Gonna be amazing. I bought pit stains. I bought an old truck from them. Yeah.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Are you gonna fix it in Cali? Yep. Yeah, it's a project I think you would enjoy. Alright, we can shut that off. Shut that off too. But yeah, you want to read more about it. Drummer has the link. Linkity-link. Actually, the pad looks in really good condition after that flight. Have you tried just doing everything correctly? Yeah, WD-40, it's gonna be fun, man. It's gonna be fun. Alright. So we need to get the launch box up straight, so enable the launch box rotational control. Go in here. Unlock. And undock. BJ will next be buying the Galaxy from Cleater. You know what? I don't know him. I don't know Cleater. I'm like 2 or 3 degrees of separation away from that guy. Yeah, Havoc Sip, yep. I mean, WD-40, the thing that I want to do, dude, is if this works and people are into it, I mean, I don't see why, like, so here's where EJ's going. Here's where my mind goes. So, like, if people are into this and it's cool, what I think we should do is get that truck and make it about as durable as I possibly can. Build that thing for reliability, for long range reliability, right? And then, like, for, you know, if there's a big high profile launch going out of Florida, right? I'll pack up my computers, right? Put them in the pickup bed, right? Put a bed topper on it, drive it down to Florida, and operate the stream out of Florida remotely for a little while. Well, you have a place to stay. Thanks, man. You know, I think that would be a really cool thing to do. Because the problem with doing launch coverage as a streamer, and you can ask Das this is the issue. I mean, Das beat that system. He beat that system because he just has remote cameras, right? But if you want to go and do stuff like that, you want to cover launch, etc., right? You know, I'm away from the stream. That's time away from the stream. Time driving down there, you know, and I don't really have a good internet connection to work on it, etc. But with the truck, that changes everything. I didn't realize you were already live when I DM'd you earlier. You weren't. No, I wasn't, dude. I just started. Don't worry about it. Grab Shark, you know what the worst thing is? God doesn't that means, dude, I gotta type this to you. I shouldn't say that on stream. There. Yeah, exactly, dude. The self-awareness is just like, bro. The self-awareness is just... Bruh. Alright, so now what we're gonna do, we're gonna take the crane, get the crane ready to go. Yeah, too bad we can't get close with those... without those fancy media credentials, though. I've only gotten them once and haven't been able to since without not being a credentialed media outlet. I wish there was more space things I could cover up here in the Pacific Northwest. I still stream the aviation stuff. And the aviation stuff is tops play. You know, well, WD-40, maybe we can... I hate doing this on stream, dude, and maybe I shouldn't. But, dude, I know people down there. I'll see what I can do. I'll see what I can do to get a press pass. I know a lot of people down there. Like, a lot of people. And, like, dude, I never asked for much, ever. So, maybe we can get in on it, dude. You know? We'll see what we can do. Maybe we can start a Twitch Space News thing, you know? Twitch Space News outlet. Actually, why don't we... Why don't we just go to Twitch and... Am I dumb? Why have I never thought of this? Why don't we just ask Twitch if we could get credentials under the... There's no way no one's thought of this yet. Though... There's no way no one's thought of that. There's no way. I mean, I'll ask, sure. Why not? Frick it, whatever. Let's ask. What's the worst that can happen? They say no? Yep, whatever. Whatever, they say no, and then I just go and tap some resources at NASA so you can get a press pass that way. Why have I never thought of this? There's gotta be something. Das would have thought of this. There's no way. There's no way that this hasn't been thought of. Yeah, Green Tea, right? Yeah, he does. Christian Davenport is the science reporter for the Washington Post. Oh, that's cool. Cool space news. Yeah, W. We gotta think of something. I could join NSF. Forlorn, that's the thing. I won't ask to join NSF, and I'm speaking honestly here. I wouldn't ask. I really wouldn't do that. You know, I don't want to be the person that invites themselves over to the party. That's just weird. I'm not doing that. I don't... I mean, I would be flattered if they did, but honestly, I think I'm a little too rowdy for that bunch. And you know, like, I know what some people are thinking. Oh, you're just scared. No, I could literally ask them right now. I just don't want to do that. Like, I don't want to just ride other people's coattails, man. That's not a good way to run the business, you know? Would you say this is your slowest creation? I mean, Alpha, the crane made 50 miles an hour coming out here, so... If NSF asked, would you say yes? Yeah, absolutely. Sure. Oh, yeah. But I don't know if they want me on there. Like, I think, like I said, I think I might be a little bit too rowdy for that bunch. Reintegration right now, John. And then we'll get us ready for the next mission. I don't know, Havocs. I have no idea. Breaking. The FAA passed Boca Chica Super Heavy Draft. Public hearing is on the 7th of October. Link me. Forge, I need a source for that one. Source me. Sauce me. Give me the sauce, fool! Give me the sauce, fool! No, don't. Yeah, Forlorn, don't do that. They also have a pretty solid ground crew. All I've ever done is offer to my stream if I'm going to launch a show a different view. I'm like their 5th backup if none of their peeps can make it, though. Yeah. Yeah, see, WD, like, sometimes I wonder, like, am I not being persistent enough? Maybe I should just ask. I don't know. Cryptech, 23-month resub. We should be able to, John. Pad's fueled. Pad's already ready to go. I drove the big fuel truck out here. We're ready to go. We should be good for another 2 launches. Luke gives this up to Havocs. Yeah, I'm not sure, man. I don't know. Okay. Forge, we got something to discuss for Space News. Alright, let's go see what missions we need. The SSTO is ready. But back to Twitch Space News. They must want... They would... There has to be some kind of science correspondence, man. I gotta ask around, dude. We should do that. We should do that. Alright, Forge. Okay. So we don't have any missions on the table right now. There's a satellite, Kerbin satellite, with a magnetometer boom and mystery goo that pays out 108 grand. Take 10k away for launch costs, and then another 10k away for payload. We get 88 Gs out of this, and we get 10 rep and 4 science. I think we should take this one. It's a 6-degree inclined orbit at 20 million meters. Longitude of ascending node 348, A argument of perigee 300.9. Yeah, Tessa, for sure. Bro, Forge, that's big. Alright, guys, I know I'm, like, focused on KSP. You see this? This is probably the biggest Q4 space news you're gonna get. In fact, you know, I'll never do this. Big step in launching Starship from Texas. You know what? I hate people that capitalize every word. Let's just do that. Should we put a smiley face after it? Oh, you want the rocket emote? Yeah, okay. So, rocket. Is this how you social medias, chat? Yeah, Starship is the name. You're right. All right, there we go. That's big. That's a big deal. So the draft environmental assessment needs a 30-day comment period before it's approved. So end of October. This would give us a end of October target for the Starship Super Heavy test. The draft environmental assessment is one of the last things that SpaceX needs for permission to launch from Texas. That's why it's big news. We can discuss that more during Space News, though. Oh my goodness. Alright, alright. I want to see it now. I'm sorry. I want to see it now. But Daddy, I want it now. I want it now. Where's the pictures? Oh. Holy crap. This is RimWorld, dude. Holy balls, man. Oh, dude, I got chills from that picture. No joke. From the double launch pad. This is on the books proposed from SpaceX. Dude. And they put a Cybertruck in it. Oh my goodness. Bone dry, no flame deflector. It's very interesting, guys. The draft environmental assessment has no flame deflector. Could Cybertruck be retrofitted to work on the moon? Sure, why not? What is Starhopper? Starhopper, Kuman, was their first test article. That was the first Starship prototype they ever built. It broke. The nose fell off, but then they still tested it. Hang on a minute, dudes. I need to check this. This is super important. That's the scoping summary report. Okay. I'm combing through here. Let's see what we can find. The wind plate and Megaside version. I got your nose. Yep. The draft environmental assessment is out for Starship Dino. Big step in seeing launches out of Texas. Forge, can you link this picture? The picture of that's been cropped? I want to post it on Twitter. God, that's cringe to say, dude. That's cringe. It's freaking cringe, dude. Actually, we could post both of them, Bill. Let's do that. All right. Let's play social media manager. All right. So here, let's do this the right way. Let's download the picture. Starship Drug Enforcement Administration. Let's go over here. Open. Pictures from the assessment. I'm not spelling that right. I forgot an S. Hashtag, no, it's not hashtag, it's hashtag #, bro. It's the #. Hashtag. Words are hard. Words are hard. Gerd. Yeah, I was gonna say there's no flame deflectors, but let's just go with pictures from the assessment. No opinion needs to be attached to this. Pounds hash. I will tweet. We will tweet that. We'll tweet that. I see that social media hustle that people do. People just take the picture, they download the picture, and then they post the picture. They don't like retweet, they just post the picture instead. It did, Green. Big deal. Dude, that just moved my schedule around completely. We have a lot to talk about today. There's a lot. But I promised early hours Kerbal. Space News will begin at 4 sharp. We have there's a lot to talk about. I am going to comb through that data on stream. I don't give a crap if it's boring. I'm looking through we're gonna leave no mental stone unturned. Are you gonna go to Boca at some point? I mean, Tiger, if that truck makes it back to my house, the plan is to turn it into a long-range streaming vehicle. Wonderful Friday. You as well, Alucard. Be sure to leave a public comment. Maybe. Live orbital starship launch coverage. Forlorn, wouldn't that be something? With a launch pad in the bed? No, Andy, we don't need a launch pad in the bed. What I need is a steam catapult. Because, you know, aircraft carrier truck. We'll make a little mini steam catapult in it, and it'll launch RC airplanes, and we'll be playing Mighty Wings when we do it. You want to hear the EJ roar? Forlorn, that's what I mean about being, I don't know if NSF wants me on there, dude. I might freak out during a launch. But then again, Jack freaked out during the Starship launch, too. Well, according to Balsa, all you gotta do is toss the plane up with your hands. Twisp news. Yeah, this is amazing. Chris is a little more nuanced than I am, and that's probably a good thing. I am not nuanced at all. I have no chill when it comes to rockets, dudes. I have no chill. But how will you get the nuclear reactor to provide heat for the catapult? The cooling system is a pressurized steam system, John. We'll just have to put a couple of turbines and an accumulator in there. It'll be fine. Holy crap, you could actually do that. You know they're phasing out steam and swapping out with electromagnetic. Oh, that's good. Just complicate it even more. You could put a steam accumulator on it. The radiator generates steam. Or not the radiator, the engine. Huh. So about the booms. Oh my goodness. How much of this is there, dude? Bro, what is this? Oh, sick, dude. See how this is an ascent. So this is sound propagation for the for ascent. You see how this side is mushroomed because it's going that way. When you break the sound barrier, the sonic boom is actually directional, guys, like a speaker almost. Like a speaker will have directional sound. But see that right there? That's the boom. I'm pretty sure. If somebody... I need Rocketguy here to help me with this. Did the FAA delete the tweet? The link broke. I guess they did. Huh. They deleted it. That's how you social media, right? 5 p.m. live for Inspiration 4. 90 decibels at South Padre. That's very loud. 29 Raptor engines, man. 15 documents with 200 pages of data. Alright, we're gonna go for this Kerbin mission here. 80 and 28, let's do that. Dude, when Cirrus and I saw Sentinel-6 live at Vandenfog, I even felt it in my chest from 12 kilometers away. I can't fathom Starship. So, Ravshark, I have been about 3/4 of a mile away from a Falcon 9 firing its engines. I'm not going to say when and where. Don't worry about it. It's loud. Feel it right there, dude. It's pretty awesome. I'd do it again. Absolutely. I would Jim Cantori these launches. I'll stand a mile from it. I'll do it, sure. And then at Antares, we were 2 miles away from an Antares going off. Holy crap, was that loud. Yeah, W, you know. Inspiration 4 upcoming live stream. Oh, man, today's gonna be all space news. Oh, no. All right, let's get the Kerbal mission in before space news then, okay? Let's do it. No, Lunprod. See, I don't want to start space news now, guys. Okay, so little bit of insight into how EJ does things, okay? I would love to sit here and talk about the draft environmental assessment with you guys right now. But if I do it right now, it's 1:33 in the afternoon in the States, okay? So for the Europeans, it's prime time for you guys. It's news time. But for everybody else, people are at school. People are at work. They're going to be at work for another 3 to 4 hours, okay? So what I'm going to do is wait until everybody gets home. Because if I discuss it now, I'm just going to have to repeat it again later. So if I decide to do Space News now, and then try to play KSP when Space News is going on, I'm just going to end up discussing the draft environmental assessment anyway. So we might as well get it done when everyone's here. You know what I mean? Discrimination against the Europeans. Hey, it's not... You're the ones that are on the other side of the ocean, man. I don't get how that's my problem. Perfect time for EU, please for once. Okay, here's the thing. You guys go combing through that, and if you have questions, you ask me. But I am playing KSP now. You chose to move there. I didn't choose to move here. I was born here, man. My grandmother came here to escape you crazy freaking people over there. My grandmother came from Italy in 1940. Yeah. You guys went a little nuts there for a second, okay? All right? You guys went a little crazy, okay? So they were like, nah, later. All right? Things got a little screwy, okay? Still nuts there. I'm not touching that one, Endo. Too bad you live in the part of the USA with inferior baseball and hockey. Okay, inferior baseball team, yeah, maybe, but Talking about my Bruins bad again. You know, sharks will become an endangered species very quickly. Bruins are bad and you know it. And an inferior football team. Hey, where's your 7 Super Bowl rings? Oh wait, you don't have any. The Bolts are better than the... Who we fighting? We're gonna throw down, Snow. We're gonna throw down. All these punks think that the Bruins, Boston teams, No, you don't understand. I will fight you. I bleed black and gold. Who lost against the Dolphins? You know why we lost against the Dolphins? Because the damn Dolphins stole our entire coaching staff, all right? Snow, we gotta fight. We gotta fight. At least the FAA and SpaceX were kind enough to have everything happen on a Friday so I could stay up till 5 a.m. and watch the stream. EJ FAA collaboration. You know what, Tiger? Maybe I'll just go ask him, dude. I turned a leaf like a couple months ago, and I'm just not afraid to ask people things anymore. Dude, I used to be like that. I used to be like, nah, you know, I shouldn't ask. You know, and some things, like with NSF and stuff, I'm still like, but, I mean, shoot them an email. Screw it. Why not? What's the worst that's going to happen, right? They're going to say, nah, we don't do that. I'm in Iraq. I don't know anything about what you're saying. Shukran. Yeah, Cloudboy, I'm not afraid of rejection. Whatever. Who cares? Didn't they fall off when Zdeno left? Guys, they were in first place when the lockdown started happening by a long shot. I don't know what the hell you guys are talking about. Route 154 wouldn't have happened if you never asked. That's part of it, Bram. If you don't ask, the answer is already no. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Michael Scott said that. Patch just ain't the same since Tom Brady left. All right. All right. I got 2 words for you. Mac Jones. Cam Newton, he ain't a Patriot. They cut him. Mac Jones, bro. Mac Jones, the new hotness. Say it with me. Say it with me. Mac Jones. Roll Tide. Bama. Bama. The Mac attack. Whoopah! So I'm not stopping at the moon. Write this down in your little notebook. M-A-R-S. Mars, chat. Red Rocks. Yay, yay! Aaron Rodgers. Ooh. I didn't know we were telling jokes, John. Ooh. Rocky Marciano. Rocky Marciano. The Brown Bomber. Now that was a great boxer.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Alright. Hearing you say Roll Tide just makes everything better. Mac Jones, man. Mac Jones. Alright, what's the contract for the satellite? We need to have a magnetometer boom on it, and we need mystery goo. Okay, easy peasy. Oh my god. You guys, I don't mean to brag, but the vibes at Gillette on Sunday were amazing. Snow, are you Are you? Wow. Those shots, Forge, are pretty cool. Are you worried about the Patriots? I'm not worried about the Patriots. Played great. The Dolphins played better. Dolphins played better. Flo's a great coach. I actually like the Dolphins. Screw me, right? Like, what am I? I'm a Patriots fan who likes the Dolphins too? Like, what the hell's that about? I thought they played great. I'm not worried about Mac. He just give him a second to find his feet, dude. That was his first game. Now that he's got that out of the way, I ain't worried, man. Hey, we made a couple of mistakes. The Dolphins capitalized on those mistakes. Good on them. They're a good team. Tua's a good quarterback. Straight up. I'm not worried about the Patriots, though. Played fantastic. I wouldn't say I'm a Dolphins fan. I respect the Dolphins. I think they're a good team. Look, I'm man enough to know when a good football team when I see it. The Chiefs are very good. Tampa Bay is pretty good. The Saints look good. The Browns even look good. That's weird to say. Anybody from Cincinnati's like, right? You know? Dang old sports, man, I tell you what. Are you talking about politics? I don't know. I'm in Iraq. Abdullah, no. I generally don't talk about politics, dude, on here. I mean, you know, I honestly would rather talk about toilets because it would be less crappy than talking about politicians are full of, you get it? Yeah, hey, all right. Hey, no, we're talking about sports. Abdullah, I'm talking about football. Our football though. Not soccer, not your football. Our American football, which is the you know, the egg-shaped ball. We're talking about the hand egg. Yep. American hand egg, that's right. Let's see. It's a joke, you idiot. I don't get the joke, man. That one flew over my head, man. Can you explain the difference between the first stage and second stage rocket engines? Sure, man. Okay, we're already on the payload transfer vehicle. So... Okay, do you want... Nephilim, I have to ask. You want a real definition? So, like, real life? Or do you want... Like, what's the best upper stage engine in Kerbal? I have to ask. As a Giants fan, I would rather talk about toilets right now. Bro, what the heck? What's wrong with both the New York teams? I'm sure, Electron, though, you're pretty happy about the Jets being just... Dude, I don't talk bad about the Jets anymore. It just feels wrong. It just feels... it just feels incorrect. It just feels wrong to do. America is weird. I mean, hey... Everybody's different, dude. Everyone's different. Have you ever been here, Abdallah? We're a little weird, of course. Everyone's a little weird, man. The lines I'm not even talking about today. Yeah, and then Matty Stafford destroyed frickin' in his first game for another team. That one kind of hurts. If you're not weird, that's weird. Yep. I can't even name a Jets player right now. Dude, I like, straight up, I don't even make fun of the Jets anymore. I used to. I don't do it anymore. It's not... It's messed up. Like, and I feel bad. Like, it's just... Yeah, I just don't do that anymore. I always said that Matty was a good quarterback. He is a good quarterback. Detroit is... Okay. Alright, Detroit is freaking... They gotta... Yeah, I don't know, man. Something about that team. Like, dude, it's this kind of weird thing going on. Like, I don't know. I can't explain it. Like, they don't ever like, it's the strangest thing. I don't know if it's leadership or ownership or whatever. Lions fans will probably say it's the owner, but that's another story. But anyway, I feel like you should accept another contract for this mission. Cube View is just epic. All right, hey guys, Brimo needs me for something real quick. I'll be back in a moment, okay? Just give me a second.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Sorry about that, guys. I needed to help Remo out with something. We're just trying to get everything, we're trying to get everything squared away before Route 154. The chair is the goat. Alright, any new news since I left? I just don't know how difficult it is to organize a project like this and stream for 10 hours a day. It's freaking tough, man. Chair did a perfect launch and landing. Watch the VOD. Oh, I'd believe it. You missed so much. Would you mind if I send you 2 balsa screenshots? Just link them in chat. Drummer, are you around? Can you permit Alucard? Hey, you knew what you were getting in for. Yeah, you're right. I ain't complaining, man. You're not wrong. The chair technically is a single stage to orbit. It's just non-functional. This looks odd. That's an older version. Super Heavy has wings, Forge. Oh, nice! Nice, Alucard. Technically, how? I mean, if you put a big enough fuel tank on the chair, you could fly it all the way into space. It's a single stage to orbit. Just saying. I don't think your butt has the ISP to pull that off. Well, what if I... Rockets. I don't know. Alucard, you got to... You crossed the Kármán line with a rocket in Balsa. That's awesome. I love it. I don't know how we're going to balance this in the magnetometer. Well, it depends who's sitting in the chair, Core. I mean, if your mom's sitting in the chair, then yeah, no, it definitely doesn't have enough delta V. Sorry, man. Wow! Bruh. All right. This needs a magnetometer and mystery goo. Got it. So the FAA is sticking with no space badges because they're not classified as crew. I don't know what that means, Neo. What are you talking about? Bruh. I seriously think you could fit in another contract. Oh, yeah, they're not. Yeah, oh, you're talking about like astronaut wings, guys? Okay, I get you. How long are you planning to stay in Cali? Fix up the truck. 4 days, 251. I fly out on the 22nd, one-way trip, Bremo and I. And I'm gonna fix it Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. and then Saturday if we need it, and then Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday is the trip home. I budgeted out more than 7 days, 9 days. See last link. Guys, you really, really, really don't want me to launch this today, do you? Live in 2 hours. I know. I replied to you and said, well, live in 2... Okay. Nice, Forge. So, in the filing for Inspiration 4, SpaceX stated they are spaceflight participants and not crew. Under the new FAA rules for astronaut wings, they're not technically astronauts. Green? Alright, somebody said that we could look for another mission. We'll look for another mission here. Green, honestly, I'll be real with you. I don't give a frick what we call them. I really don't care. I've never cared. And I'm not saying that to be like, Green, shut up. I just thought it would be good to weigh in on this now because I know I'm going to get asked this. I don't care. I don't care. If someone calls them astronauts, you can call them astronauts. If Jeff Bezos wants to call himself an astronaut, I don't care. You know who's a NASA astronaut, or a Russian cosmonaut, or a Chinese taikonaut, or a European astronaut, and you know who's a spaceflight participant. They can call themselves whatever they want. I can call myself professional. That doesn't make it true. I don't care. You can call yourself Banana Ramanaut if you want. I don't give a crap. And I think that making a big deal out of who is and who isn't an astronaut is stupid. That's dumb and it's counterintuitive and it's a waste of time. Stop. I don't like. Stop it. Get some help. I want to be a Banana Ramanaut. Yeah, absolutely. What's all that's left to launch the small SSCO? We just got to put payload in it, Brem. Banana Ramanaut! That is the name of my next KSP career. Okay. Alright. Like, you can call yourself whatever. I don't care. I think making a big deal out of that is really annoying. It's annoying and it's a stupid thing to argue about. You know what I mean? Like, it's and Green, I know that you were just telling me what's going on with the FAA. Like, I'm not saying like, oh, you need to shut up about it. Like, I'm not saying that. What I'm telling you is that I don't give a frick. I don't care. So is everyone who flies on a plane an aeronaut? That's what I mean, dude. Who cares? I don't give a crap. You know it's Pal Mia Day, right? Oh yeah? Is it? I never forget, Sawyer. What about you? Did you forget? I don't forget that crap. It's not crap. Aeronaut? I just stay on the ground. You're just a nut. You're a ground-a-nut. You're a walnut. One more day. Alright, let's check the contracts again. We'll see if we can rope this in with another one. Ooh, science data from space around the moon. Position a satellite in a specific orbit of Kerbin. Designated orbit around Kerbin with marginal deviation, magnetometer boom. Those orbits seem awfully close to each other. I'll have to check, but I'm going to take the science data contract here for a moment. I know this sounds cheesy, but can you say hi to Jazz, who's with me learning space? Hi, Jazz, who's with Neopod Learning Space. How are you today? I would just like to inform you that I am not a robot. I am a person. that does human things, like pooping. Nah, I'm just kidding. What's up? How you doing? Beep boop, not a robot, right? Seriously, though. She just giggled the heck out of that. Thanks, dude. I got you. I got you. I got you. It's a space nerd. Wait, girls, Neo? There's a girl in here? Oh, hey, Kurlani, what's up? How you doing? Sorry, Jazz, I like having fun. I like having fun, and I like making people feel weird in the name of comedy. It's called juxtapositional humor, and I'm pretty good at it. Seriously, though, I'm not a robot. EJ's real name is Deborah-Bot 9000. Nah, 4x3, I'm just... Oh. I was gonna say I'm planning for the future, but I really can't say that because I would be like, oh my god, Primo's pregnant! No, she's not. In the future, though. That would be really nice to have kids. That would be a blessing, honestly. Can you imagine a bunch of little me's going around? Oh, that's gonna be great! I'm looking forward to this. That would be great! Oh, that would be amazing! Oh, that would make me happy. That would make me very happy, I'll tell you what. Alright, so, we got our contracts here. The contract, let's check out the orbit, and we gotta get that science contract. Let me just quote Jared Isaacman there, Steven. It's alright. They can be wrong. They'll figure it out on their own time. You think it'll work a lot now, wait till kids, it makes a man out of you. I'm more than happy to accept that challenge, dude. Those orbits aren't really near each other. The Mark 1 satellite bus might not have enough fuel to do this. I remember one of the great curses. I hope you have children just like you. Tessa, that's the most UK insult I've ever heard. And I hope you have kids that are just like you. I told Brimo this a long time ago, guys. How I look at having kids. And don't get me wrong. Like, okay, please, for the love of God, do not take this as some kind of guilt trip for why you should have kids. This is just what I think. And you know what, man? It's so hard to find your way in this world nowadays that you do what works for you. This is what EJ wants, right? Like, I've had a pretty cool life thus far. It's pretty cool. I mean, it could be better, obviously, and I try to work on that every day. But one of the best things I think I could do is pay it forward like that. You know? You pay it forward by bringing, another good person into this world. Because Lord knows we need that, you know? It's one of the greatest forms of altruism I can think of, you know? I mean, once again, this is not a guilt trip for people to have kids or anything like that. This is just what I think, dude. And I usually don't weigh in like that, but that's something that I'm really looking forward to. Really, really would like that a lot. It would really make me happy. Of course, like, I don't need kids. I'm 17. You don't need kids yet. No. No. Not yet, Doom, but maybe someday. I really, really want that. You know, my parents paid it forward to me. They sacrificed to deal with my stupid tail. The least I can do is pay it back to them with some grandkids, you know what I'm saying? No, I wouldn't do it just for that. That's a stupid reason. But Get on with it. I have forward the possibility of a fifth. It sucks as times. Yeah. No, they removed the drone ship support equipment. I'm not crying, you're crying. Alright. It's equal parts terrifying and gratifying. I'm not saying that I know what's, you know, what that life entails. I have no freaking clue. But I'm not afraid. You will be. No, it's just, that's another challenge, man. I love that kind of stuff, man. You guys know that. I like the hard path. I want to take the hard path. That's my favorite. Between ADHD and autism, I don't know if I can handle it. Yeah, Core, but people have had, you know, people have had ADHD and autism for 6,000, 10,000, a million years that humans have been around. It's never stopped them in the past. You can handle it just fine. But if that's your choice, that's your choice. It's, you know, like, once again, first and foremost, I hate people that try to guilt trip you into having kids. That's really annoying. That's the, like, highest form of projection, you know? All I'm saying is what's right for me. But, you know, I always, Cora, you know, I always used to think that, you know, oh, I'll never do that. I'll never do this. I'll never do that. Dude, that leads nowhere. That's a self-defeating mentality. You're capable of awesome things, dude. Everyone is. You just got to realize it. It's true. You know, humans have been humaning for millions of years, dude. 6,000 recorded history, right? We've been humaning for a long time. I don't think that a diagnosis like that is gonna be the game changer between you not having kids and having kids, man. Trust me. If you want to walk that path, and it is by choice, if you want to walk that path, you're fully capable of doing it. I believe in you, for what it's worth. I know humans make more humans, and frankly, it's ridiculous. I'm getting frustrated by Twitter showing pop-ups every time I take a step. Should I sign up? Careful, man. Could you add a fuel tank and call it the Mark 1 XL? I already have the re-entry vehicle one, John, when we were trying to bring it back from Minmus. That should have enough to do the mission. I'm not too incredibly worried. Yeah, so exactly. Like, that's all I just tell people. Like, people, you know, that happens a lot. You know, people come in here and say, I can't do that, I have this. I'll be like, look at Elon Musk, he has Asperger's and he's one of the richest guys on the planet. You think he let stuff like that stop him? Hell no. Not a chance. You think he lets that stuff stop him? Dude, he's not even thinking about that. He ain't even thinking about it. I want a clone, but these dang ethical objections. Forlorn, you know you can essentially do that with the equipment down there, right? You could basically clone yourself with the equipment down there. No, those are gone. I mean, once again, your choice. It's a half clone, but still though, dude. Oh, I'm looking forward to that. I want a bunch of little me's walking around. That's gonna suck. It's gonna suck. Bunch of little me's. Oh god, I was hard enough to handle. I was a handful enough by myself. Oh, this is gonna be great. It's gonna be awesome. Not everyone meets hardware requirements. In Krillani, that truly sucks. It truly sucks to not have that choice. You know what I mean? Some of us aren't able to clone ourselves naturally. Yeah, that sucks. And once again, I'm not trying to be a jerk, you know. feeling you'd be a great dad one day. I hope so, man. It's part of an overarching thing. And Pop, I don't really talk about this on the stream too much, dude. It's an overarching thing. Like, the best thing that I can do is try to... You know... Everybody says, leave the world in a better place than you found it, right? But there's more than... There's more of a component to that in my mind than just, you know, being a good environmental steward, for instance, right? You know, I think the best thing that we can do is pay it forward with more good people. It's where good people raise good people. You know what I mean? Like, I hope so, Chief. I hope so. That's one of the best things we can do, you know? You raise somebody right. Raise a kid right. Raise a kid or two right. You know, that's the ultimate way in my mind of being the change that you want to see. You know what I mean? Once again, like, I'm not trying to guilt trip anybody into anything. That's just what I think. Like, and I don't think it's too far-fetched, but hey, it is what it is. Yeah, Cryptech, hey. That's life, man. Life throws you curveballs. Deal with it. Being there, not being abusive is enough. Yeah, I mean, raising kids is tough from what I understand. I mean, my parents, that's what my folks have told me. They said I was a big pain in the butt. Anyway, anything else here? Position a satellite in a polar around Minmus, Sandbro and Sandbro scrap orbit from the moon, repair satellite. Alright, let's get this mission off. Let's do this. I'm gonna tell my wife we need to keep trying because EJ says so. Alright. Life tends to throw me beanballs. Alright, so we have two orbits. One's inclined, the other one's not. So we can do an insertion at the first orbit, and then we can do a super sync insertion at the second orbit. Let's tally up some delta V numbers here. Let's figure out what we need. So let me, actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to back out. Just for a moment. I mean, so it will be my fault when I get yelled at and when she says she ain't in the mood. To be honest, her not being in the mood is your fault. I have nothing to do with that. You didn't play your cards correctly, man. She ain't in the mood. Just saying. Then again, that's what I wanted from my childhood. There's probably more to it being a father you don't know about. You pick it up over time, absolutely. I mean, I'm not saying that I'm an expert by any means. I don't have any kids. I want to change that. But, a cousin of mine put a peanut butter sandwich in the VCR because she never saw it eat, so it must be very hungry. Last I heard from her, she was a coordinator at a food bank. Childhood quirks can be foreshadowing. Kurlani, you want to know what I did when I was like 5, 6 years old? So, listen to this. I loved model trains when I was younger. I didn't have stuff like Cities or Kerbal or whatever, obviously, right? We had Super Mario and stuff, and that got boring after you beat it, and who cares, right? Like, you know, the games were not infinite. They were very finite. You beat the game and then that's it. So there was times where you didn't want to play video games, right? I know. Oh, jeez, man, when you say it like that. So I remember one time I went to the recycling center near my house, right? My parents, we went to the recycling center, and at the recycling center there's like a drop and swap area where people just You know, this is before Craigslist and all this other stuff, right? This is in the 90s. So if people had stuff that they didn't want, they put it there. If it was still good, they set it aside from the stuff that was junk, right? And I found a box of Hot Wheels. Somebody got rid of all their Hot Wheels, right? And it was like miles and miles of tracks of like roads and stuff. And it was like Matchbox, and it wasn't like the Hot Wheels like loop-de-loops and stuff. I had that stuff, and that stuff was cool. I was much more interested in the roadways. You know, the loops and stuff were cool. I thought that was neat, but I liked the 4-lane boulevard. This was like a 4-lane boulevard road. It was like this wide, and it had 4 lanes for Matchbox cars, right? And there was like a huge box of it, and I asked my parents, and I grabbed it, and you know, I kept going back every time we'd go to the drop and swap on Sunday, right? I would go see if there's any Hot Wheels stuff, and sure enough, that wasn't the only time that happened, and I just kept accumulating and accumulating and accumulating all these Hot Wheels stuff. I still have them. All that stuff, all these Hot Wheels stuff is in the box by Freb in the garage. It's one of those boxes that's sitting behind the truck, right? And you know what I did? We have a finished basement at my parents' house, right? Next, it's actually on through the wall from the 59, right? And I took one day, I stockpiled enough roads and enough track, and I was always obsessed with scale, even as a kid. So I hated it if I had a car that wasn't scaled. And Matchbox is roughly, and this is 5-6-year-old EJ. I'm dead serious about this. I'll have my parents on here sometime and they can explain it. Like, HO scale is very close to Matchbox. It's not exact, but it's close enough, right? Like Matchbox and Hot Wheels cars are very close to HO scale model trains. I bet you can see where this story is going. One day, after school, or preschool or whatever, I don't really remember. I remember doing this, though. I cleaned out the basement, I moved everything around, and I made we took the finished basement, I moved everything into the corner, like all the furniture and stuff. This is what I mean by me saying that I'm a handful, right? I took all that, moved it into the corner, and I built a gigantic city. I built a gigantic city, and at the center of the city, there was the tallest structure I could figure, right? And I had train tracks, I had the train going around the city, and I took all my Hot Wheels, I took everything that I had, and I made a city that was, it was freaking huge. And I worked on that project for like a month. This is like 6-7-year-old EJ. No joke. I made this, the basement, our finished basement is not that big. It's like 20 feet by 10 feet. This thing took up the entire floor, like all of it. All of it that I couldn't, I moved all the furniture into the corner. Dude, my parents, they probably were pissed. I took all the couches, all the rugs, moved them all into the corner, folded it all up, and built a gigantic freaking city. Train tracks, everything. And at the center was the, if you guys Google Hot Wheels garage, it's like a parking garage where the car goes around and around and around and around and it comes out. Yeah, I built all of that. And this is 5-6 years old. I built all that out, and yeah, I made it. I didn't, the cars, going through the loops and stuff. That was cool, but EJ built a big city. I built a big city. So yeah, foreshadowing. You have 9,000 feet of HO track and over 200 engine and cars sitting at home, dude. Goalie, we gotta put that together. If I get down to Florida, dude, we will combine our sets and we will make the ultimate layout. Yep, Sniper. Oh, what did your parents say? Oh, they were pissed. They're pissed that I moved everything out. But, yeah. Yeah. Foreshadowing, huh? It's pretty foreshadowing. Alright, so let's go here. I'm gonna go to Liberty Station here for a second. Yeah, Tessa. But you could be damn sure my parents were like, nah. After about a week, they were done with it, dude. I even made like mini malls. Like, I wanted to make a shopping center, and there was no Hot Wheels. I didn't have a Hot Wheels set to find like a shopping center, so I went digging through this. You know, everybody in their garage has a scrap pile of wood, right? I went through and found some 2x4s and started cutting up the 2x4s with a saw. Like, this is 7-year-old, 8-year-old EJ. I started cutting up all the buildings with a saw, and then I used a Sharpie to draw storefronts on the front of the buildings, and I made like a shopping center in my city. This is the stupidest thing. Like, that dude, like, Trelawney, you ain't wrong. It's freaking foreshadowing there. Like, I always had an eye for scale. It's the strangest thing. I don't know where that... I have no idea where that came from. It's really bizarre. Like, I always got really, like, pissed off. Like, and this is probably, like, you know, 8, 9, 10-year-old EJ throwing a temper tantrum. I always got annoyed. Like, if I would fall off my bike, that wouldn't bother me. But if something wasn't scaled correctly, that's when, like, little EJ would start crying. Like, I'd be like, the train isn't the right size. Oh, it's so stupid. It's so dumb. It's so stupid. Obsessive compulsive? I don't know, man. Maybe I just got hit in the head too much as a kid. Who knows? Anyway, John, let's figure out these maneuvers. Satellite in an orbit around Kerbin. Oh, I didn't take the contract. I gotta take it. Here. You know what we can do? The other orbit was like somewhere in here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a maneuver node for the station. We're not gonna enact on that maneuver node, but I just need to figure out like the total amount of delta V here. Oh, hold on a second. So, we're gonna have to make sure that we launch on the descending node or ascending node here, or we insert this way. Alright, so if I wanted to set that as target, I would hit the set as target button. But no, click add maneuver, it's set as target. That's good. Alright, so let's go like this. And I know that the other orbit is like right here. So let's just get some ballpark numbers, alright? We obviously don't have enough delta V with the station. So I'm just looking for compounding these numbers out. Alright, so 800. Let's round up. You know, we'll round up and then say that one. So 800 and then 400, right? And then we'll go over here like this. This is what I'm trying to do here is something a little bit different. I'm trying to make a little bit of an effort to, you know, plan out the mission a little bit more to ensure mission like accuracy. This last one's going to be a little bit of a biggie. Okay, so the argument is off just a little bit. There we go. Maybe adjust the inclination just a little bit. Alright, so let's compound this. What you're looking at here, dude, it looks like a Fibonacci sequence. That's so cool. That's some golden ratio stuff right now. Look at that. Holy... So what I did here is called a bi-elliptical Hohmann transfer, okay? Why? Why is it bi-elliptical? Well, bi, 2, elliptical, 2 ellipse. There's an elliptical Hohmann transfer here, and then an elliptical Hohmann transfer here. Bielliptical Hohmann transfers are something that you would use if you need to really utilize the Oberth effect to get to a certain position. In this particular case, what we're doing here is inserting into the first orbit and then inserting into the second orbit. There is a use for a bielliptical transfer orbit. Once again, you'd use it to utilize the Oberth effect to maximize your delta V gains, bro. Seriously, it looks like a Fibonacci sequence, though. That's some golden ratio stuff right there. Nature is slightly obsessed with that pattern. I love this pattern, Pilch. Golden ratio stuff is... It's strange. It's a strange recurring thing that happens in the universe. Yeah, we gotta get those gains, Woody. It's all about them satellite gains, bro. Alright, so we can tally up how much delta V we're gonna need for this type of mission. So 103 plus 109. So we have 212 plus about 400, 612 plus about 800, which is about 14. So if we figure in 1500 delta V, we should be good. Yeah, 1500 should be fine here. Is it not cheaper to do a few burns at the PE to raise the AP and then circ at the final AP? That is a question of TWR, Tessa. Okay. I find that if the burn is going to take more than 5-6 minutes, yeah, that's when you do the double boost. And we could do that if you want me to demonstrate. We could do that and see if we gain anything. So right now, here, let me get the math out. Right now, our first trajectory is about 1500. Give or take. So, if I belt out of these maneuvers, right? We want to do a boost. Let's see what it does. So, we would utilize that here. So once again, we want to boost on the descending node because for the second orbit, we have an inclination change, right? I would need to see burn time, Tessa. Crap. So like slowly boosting every time like this can save you some delta V. But I don't think in this particular scenario it's going to. It is entirely dependent on... It's entirely really dependent on your thrust to weight. That's why they do that, Tessa. So, alright. And this is for everybody else. So, like, say you have Kerbin right here, right? Right? Say you have Kerbin right here, all right? And your orbit is obviously up here like this, right? And you need to, your maneuver node is right here, right? And you need to do a 1,000 meter a second burn, right? Prograde. So 1,000 meters a second prograde. So you're burning that way. If you have a TWR of like 0.5, 0.5 should be good enough. Say, I'm making up the numbers here, okay? These numbers aren't exact, so just bear with me. So if you have a TWR, actually, screw that. If you have a TWR 1.0, right? Say your burn the TWR for your burn, if your TWR is 1.0, say your burn time is 30 seconds, right? So that means you'd like, you'd start the burn at T-minus 15, right? T-minus 15 to the node, and you would burn halfway through your delta V here. At that point, you'd be at 500 meters a second left on the burn, right? And then at T plus 15, your burn would end, right? straightforward stuff, right? Now, from here to about here, for the most part, you're going to be aiming at that prograde, the prograde marker, right? But now, say your TWR is like 0.1, so a lot lower. And now your burn time, right, is like 5 minutes. You're going to start way over here, right? And then you're going to end way over here, right? When you're right here, if you're trying to look at your prograde indicator, you draw a straight line to that, right? To the maneuver. If we could zoom in on this, right? The trajectory is going this way, right? Right, if we zoom in on a little piece of it, right? And your spacecraft is pointing that way because it's pointing at the maneuver node, right? So you have an angular difference right here. Say your angular difference is about 5 degrees. Guess what? Not as efficient. Inefficient doing that. You're the most efficient in trying to raise apogee when you're on your prograde indicator. You're 5 degrees off, which means you're burning radial in. Radial in is inefficient in low orbit like this. So you're wasting efficiency doing this. That's why they do that. That's why they do those boost and you boost and you boost and you boost. It's not that, you know, that particular type of maneuver is going to give you more delta V. It's just the most efficient way to do it, because if you're not burning directly on prograde, well, guess what? You're taking a cosine loss. You're taking a cosine loss with your spacecraft because you're not burning in the right direction. We know that with the maneuver nodes, right? You have 6 different principal axes of movement, right? You have prograde, retrograde, normal, anti-normal, radial in, and radial out. These ones, the triangles and the blue circles, those ones are extraordinarily inefficient to do when you're close to a planet. I'll say that again for the newer Kerbal players. Do not use these when you're close unless you absolutely have to. Why? Why is that? Okay, what's the big deal? Well, here, I'll just show you this. Say we wanted to do a 100 meter a second burn. Okay? Just say we wanted to do that. "100 meters a second will get me that, right? It'll push my orbit up, I don't know, about 150 kilometers up, right? Now, for the newer players, watch this. Watch what happens if we do 100 meters a second of a normal burn. So look, anti-normal changes the inclination of your orbit, okay? It didn't raise the PE, it changed our inclination. But in terms of like orbital parameters, this didn't change much. Our orbit is still exactly the same. The point is, this will make more sense at scale. So watch. Say we want to go to the moon, for instance, right? It's about 1,000 delta V, right? Give or take. We're not in the right phase, meaning this isn't in the right spot, but... Alright, 851, right? And that's enough to push you out for translunar injection. Now look at where 851 is going to get us here. It barely changed the tilt. You'd think that an 800 meters a second burn would be enough to get our orbit to do something like this. But nope. You want to go polar like that? It's going to cost you. This is very inefficient to do that way, right? It's very inefficient. So why? Why is that inefficient? Why is it inefficient to change your inclination? Well, long story short, what's our orbital velocity? 2.27 kilometers a second. That means 0, 1. We're 2 kilometers that way. Right? It's hard to turn when you're going 2 kilometers a second. That's the easy way to say it. It's hard to take a left when you're going 2 kilometers a second. You have all that momentum and all that velocity going that way. It's tough to take a left turn in space. You usually use planets to do that. Planets have a lot more gravitational pull than your mom, except for the sun. Maybe that's equivalent. I don't know. No. Point is, you use the planets to do something like that. Use the planet's gravity to your advantage. Do not try to brute force it. Dude, in real life, you know the space shuttle. If the space shuttle got on orbit and it needed to do an on-orbit plane change, like something like this, guess how much, if the shuttle used all of its fuel in the ohms pods, how much you think? If the shuttle got on orbit and was in a nice equatorial orbit, and then it turned left and fired its engines on the anti-normal plane, how many degrees do you think it's going to change its inclination? What do you think? You think the shuttle can do something like this? What about something like that? Think it could go polar? Nope. The shuttle can only move its inclined orbit and do an on-orbit plane change about that much. Now, on Kerbin, it's a little less. It's a little less delta V. But on Earth, it costs way more delta V to do an on-orbit plane change. Why? Because our orbital velocity is 2.27 meters a second. In real life, your orbital velocity is 7 kilometers a second. It's a lot harder to turn when you're going 7 kilometers a second in one direction. That's a lot of momentum going that way. It's tough to change that. That's it, Chief. 1.2 to 1.5 degrees. OF Salat already said it. So, point is, when you're on orbit, there's the most efficient time to do this stuff. And that's why I had that set as a bi-elliptical transfer. And Tesla, it's not really about gaining delta V or losing delta V, but burning at the right time. If you have low thrust to weight ratio, you don't want to burn at the wrong time, because then you'll drift to radial in, radial out over time. And if you drift radial in or drift radial out, you are losing delta V. You're losing efficiency because you're trying to turn in space. Utilize the momentum that you have going in going on your prograde to your advantage. That's why like, let's take the Bereshit orbiter that Israel launched that went to the moon and tried to land. It didn't work. They were boosting. They were boosting because of extremely low thrust to weight. Because if you don't, you only have like a finite amount of time when you're around your maneuver node in real life, right? To do the boost. And then after that, you're just losing delta V, because if you go in this direction and you're trying to burn in that direction, as you orbit, you're just going to keep doing this. You're going to keep going, and you're going to keep facing that direction, and your Earth's going to pull you back, and eventually you're burning radial out. And now you're just wasting delta V. Does that make sense? So that's why in certain scenarios you'd use bi-elliptical transfer, but I don't think we need to do that this time around. Theoretical off-topic question. Assume you have a fusion power drive with unlimited propellant. Would it be possible to deorbit a spacecraft at very low re-entry heat speed? Sure. Yeah, of course. You want to get the most out of your delta V. Yeah, T. And you already, like, okay, look at it this way, all right? You launched a payload on a rocket that accelerated to 2.2 kilometers a second. 2.3, let's just say, right? You already paid for your fuel to go 2.23 kilometers a second in that direction. You don't want to go back on that by trying to change what you've already done, right? What you've already burned. You already put the thing on orbit, right? You already put it on orbit. It already has a velocity component imparted on your payload. Use that velocity to your advantage. Use what you already done, right? That's why, and chat, I get asked this All the freaking time. That's why spacecrafts do roll programs off of the pad. Do you know why? They do roll programs off the pad because if you're trying to go to an inclined orbit, is it better to turn at 7 kilometers a second or is it better to turn at 7 meters a second? Turn when you're going slower. That's why the spacecraft do a roll program. To establish the proper flight azimuth, to be able to directly insert into the inclined orbit that they're trying to get to. That's why you have roll programs. And if you're going to a different inclination, well, the roll program is going to find a different flight azimuth. Why not turn the pad, amateurs? You could do that if you want. Yeah, I got you, Jack. The music is making me want to make human leather hats. Elon is live streaming on SpaceX's YouTube channel right now. He's not, Gunner. It's a scam. Make sure you're on SpaceX's official channel. That's what the Russians did. And then they quickly realized that you don't need to do that. It's easier to just make the rocket turn in the air. Guys, believe me, all right? You can make a pad that turns. That's easy to do if you want to waste your time doing that. But your rocket is already going to have vectorable thrust, right? Your rocket's already going to have vectorable thrust. You need gimbal to be able to turn the thing, right? If you need gimbal to be able to turn the vehicle, why not just use that gimbal that you already had to turn the rocket when it's flying, instead of making a gigantic freaking pad to try and turn the stupid thing every time? The reason why Soyuz uses a turnable pad in the first place is because, well, if you have a, I don't know, ballistic missile, non-guided, launch it and then let it fly. You want to simplify your rocket design as much as possible, i.e. no gimbal, maybe fins, right? So you'd obviously take something like that to bring the missile cost down, right? Make the missile simpler. You'd take something like that and you'd make that a pad capability if you were launching a ballistic missile, right? Makes sense. A Scud truck can change its azimuth, right? Scud is an intermediate range ballistic missile that's based off of Soviet stuff. This thing is it's a dumb rocket. It's a ballistic missile, intermediate range, right? You want to launch it in a different direction? You turn the launch pad. Turn the damn truck. That's basically a one-use rocket. For rockets that are multi-use, or rockets that are vectored, right? So, Atlas, Delta, Falcon 9, the Space Shuttle, Saturn V. If you already have the capability to steer the vehicle with the engines, why not just steer it when it leaves the pad? Why move the pad? That's complicating things. You're doing something different every time you want to go to launch this thing. Trust me, offshoring that to the guidance guys is much easier than trying to get your mechanical engineers to work with the guidance guys to make a rocket that turns. That's a pain in the butt. And Korolev, the guy that invented the turntable pad, freaking realized that. And that's why Soyuz, well, I was going to say that's why Soyuz doesn't use turnable pads, but I think they were still using turnable pads up until Korolev's death, but that's another story. See what I'm talking about? You got to make this stuff. Rocket science is always a balance between having more capability and making it as simple as possible. It's tough train to ride on, I guess. That's not a saying, but you get the idea. I also like how Falcon 9 only did one roll program. What? We have an official render of the catcher arms in the FAA document. I know, Jack. Dude, believe me, that was linked right when it was released. Come on, guys. We got about an hour to get this mission off because I know you guys are just itching to talk about the, You guys are itching to talk about the frickin', draft environmental assessment. That's going to take all of Space News to explain that. I'm not going to lie to you. It's going to take a lot. So, we budgeted about 1,500 Delta V. What does our Mark 0 sat have in terms of Delta V? Let's take a look. Switch that to vacuum. 1,700. Remove the accelerometer, and I need, for this mission, I need mystery goo. 1,557. Yes, you're very itchy today. You might want to get checked for that. Ew. Alright, so who's this mission for? Rocco Max. Put the Rocco Max logo on there. Bingo. A Rocco Max joint project with the Eric Johnson Space Administration. How much Delta V are we looking at? This thing has 1556 on it. That meets our Delta V requirements. Save the Mark 0 sat. Let's put that in the payload transfer vehicle now. And let's get it going. The Inspiration 4 donation bar has gone up about 10 million since yesterday. Cool. Have you ever modded a Nerf gun before? Yes, I know they say not to. You can do whatever you want to a Nerf gun core, just what you should never do is paint the orange tip. You can do whatever you want to a Nerf gun, if you really want to. I mean, yeah, that's the one thing you shouldn't do. You don't want to get blasted by somebody who thinks you have a firearm. No, with that being said, I never did. I was into, when I was younger, I was into pellet guns, airsoft. Yeah, make sure you wear ballistic glasses too. You don't want to get hit in the face and the eye with a BB. I've been hit in the face with a BB before. It hurts. I don't even want to know what that would do to your eye. The only gun I really tell you was laser tag. 10 pumps. Yeah, dude, I used to shoot chipmunks in the backyard. That would go near my dad's garden and stuff. I'm working on modifying a Raptor Strike to be semi-automatic. Fully semi-automatic? Wow. PETA. Alright. It's our food. Screw them. I was just contributing to the natural ecosystem, Forlorn, because there were hawks. There were hawks that have a nest down the street in my neighbor's yard. And, yeah, they would, you know, I would shoot the chipmunk and I'd just leave it there, and then the next day it'd be gone. They don't need your help? Well, they don't need to be eating our food either. Hey, Jesse. This is war. That war has been gone and fought already. And my dad has all kinds of vegetables. All kinds of vegetables that we eat and we feast on it, and the chipmunks do not. Ha 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 ha. Hey Salty, what's going on? How's everything been? Everything's been fine. How are you? Everything okay? Hopefully you made it through the pandemic relatively unscathed. You know, I'm lucky. I was only scarred emotionally from it. Wait. No, yeah. Everything's good with me, to be honest with you. It wasn't too bad for me, but I won't say that because I know it was bad for people, and I understand that, so just... What kind of helicopters are they, Vin? Basically, I'm just putting a conveyor and pusher into the darts. It's barely full of flywheels, kind of like the ones you'd use on a Hot Wheel track. Yeah, I'm doing good. I got engaged, moved to a new city, so that's been fun. Oh, congratulations, man. Where'd you move to? If you don't mind me asking, if it's not too personal, sorry. Salty, sometimes I freaking... In order to be a good streamer, I have to kind of fool myself into, like, talking with people like, you know, like it's a normal conversation. It's a harder thing to do than you think. Fooling yourself into, like, not just thinking you're talking to a camera in a wall in a room, right? It's tougher to do that than you think it is. So, like, sometimes I forget, I'm like, you know, like, it's the internet, and some people aren't forthcoming with that stuff. Same state, just 2 hours south. You're in Minnesota, bud. That's cool, man. Yeah, I have to remember, like, oh yeah, we're on the internet. Some people don't like telling that stuff. See, last forgot to tag you. Did you see Elon quote the tweet on the FAA doc? Yes. Please add your voice? Yeah, I'll do that. Sure. It's the least I can do for that guy. Shoot. Camera is to streamer as Rubber Duck is to programmer. I don't know my helicopters. They're black and unmarked. Small, Vin, big helicopters. Here, hold on. And you know what? I'm going to unpause Kerbal. We'll roll out to the pad. Do they look like this? Do they look like that? Ignore the police part. Do they look like this? Baltimore? For me, it became a lot less weird of a concept during lockdown. Well, when that's your only communication, yeah, I don't blame you. Because police use little tiny agile helicopters. Bigger than that, medevac. Or it's a newscopter. Newscopters are a little bit bigger than the police ones. Imagine living in a city that has news and police helicopters. Bram, I tell you what, around Boston, dude, state police helicopters are flying around just doing routine surveillance. It's some real police state stuff. But there's a lot of industries in Boston that you'd probably want to, like, not, you know, have something like that. But yeah, you see them when you're around the city. You see the state police helicopters flying around. They just do patrols around the city. They fly it's funny because they fly the flight loop of where the inner beltway was supposed to be. You know how I always tell people Boston is like an example of how you don't do traffic, how you don't do a road system. Boston was supposed to have an inner beltway called like 895 or something. The state police just patrol the 895 corridor, which is hilarious to me. And they don't I don't think they realize that it's really easy to plot their routes, but whatever. I saw someone shoot fireworks at the sheriff copter. It was awesome. Wow, jeez, that's just asking for trouble, man. Damn. Are you going to let us fund you after Route 154? Yeah, RJ, that's why I haven't been doing mission mode, like super mission mode deadlines, dude. I'm trying to keep the stress down a little bit. You never knew about 895. Melina Cass Boulevard, Jim. 93 South by the Amtrak Service Center where the Best Buy is. That was the start of it, dude. That was weird. When I moved near LA, there were helicopters hovering in places. Yeah, not something you see out in the cornfields, Rez. Something like that? Have any suggestions for a warm-up race tonight before the main race? What are we racing tonight, Roblox? Have I seen this? Kerbal? Nope, it said no. It didn't like that. Oh no. It didn't like that. It didn't like that at all. You alt F4, didn't you? No. No, I didn't actually. I didn't, dude. I swear, that wasn't me. What was that key combo, though? I was trying to hit F3 to get F3 to pop up, dude. I was trying to freaking hit F3. I swear. I did not do that. Freaking ridiculous, man. No, why would I do that, dude? Because I looked at the F3 menu for a second, and then I X'd out of it, and then I wanted to bring it back up again, and then the game stopped. Because that F3 menu was different than what we saw last time. It said a strut collided into the pad. What just happened? The pad decided to crack and strike again, all of a sudden, man. Strange. Strut into Mark III fuel tank. Oh. Well, it didn't save it, that's for sure. Let's, see what happens. Well, sometimes if you overload it like that, Canadian, the game just says nah. It's very rare that that happens. Usually you can handle it. Do you ever prefer degreaser for car parts? Like seats? You're trying to degrease seats, Gunny? Leather? Cloth seats? What are we talking about here? Alt F3, please. Nah, F3 is showing nothing, Swish. I don't know. I don't know why it crack and strikes if we come at it from out of fizz range, but it doesn't crack and strike when we go in on load. And now I really wish the game didn't friggin' crash, because now I can't figure out why that happened. Like the metal bits beneath the seats, not the material. Don't degrease the metal down there, dude. You need to grease that for the track. All right, Gunny, let's go to square one. What kind of car is it? What are you doing? I noticed a weird KSP bug that if you let a craft of robotics come in render range after another craft, all sorts of weird stuff happen. Yeah, it's if you run out of power, Jim, but that's not the case here. I know about that glitch. Yeah, Tessa, that's strange. I wish the game didn't take a dump, dude. That's really annoying. Now I can't figure out why that happened. I pulled the car seat from a pick apart for my sim rig. I need to clean up the bottom to figure out the attachment points you need. Do you know what kind of seat and what kind of car? Hopefully you got a bucket seat, man. Can't you open up the log files? Well, if the game crashes, Sea Dragon, it doesn't save it like that, unfortunately. Yeah, Jim, there is another one where the robotics just randomly loosen. Yeah, Fangloriously, we can do that. What Paul said. Gunny. Pauls, I just need to make sure it's the, you know, if I know what seat it is, dude, we'll be able to figure out, tell him what to do. What are your thoughts on eventually not having the crane over the pad and putting a big and small SSTO crane near the pad? Pilch, I'm very, very, very quickly thinking that that might be a better way to do things. But integrating on the pad is just so handy, dude. Pilch, honestly, it's the same kind of weird issue we were having with not docking the crane to the pad when we go to integrate the SSDO. I think whenever we get the pad into the reset position, I think adding a step to dock the crane to the pad somehow is a better move. Hello, this is a raid! Code Spells, what's going on? Yeah, it has a slider, but I got one with a rig. I need to remove the custom metal mounts that go from the slider to the car chassis, as they are angled for the car and not for your flat rig. Okay, so Code Spells, what's going on? Thanks for the raid, man. Alright, so yeah, Gunny, do you know what you pulled it out of, dude? Give me a car. Where they are connected have a ton of grease. That's a Subaru Forester. Okay, 2001 Subaru Forester driver seat. Alright. Let's take a look. Yeah, you're talking about these angled tabs, right? And your rig is looking for a flat mount. I got you. So oftentimes what the factory will do with the seats is they'll make the brackets, so the brackets for the seat will bolt to the seat, and then the brackets will bolt down to the car. So they'll make it in a sub-assembly. I can't really tell from these brackets if Screwbaroo does. Yeah, they do. See bolt number 1? All right, so here's what you do. Gunny, take the seat, slide it as far forward as possible. All right? There would be a bolt right there inside of the track. Take that bolt out, then slide the seat all the way back. So this thing is over here, and take the second bolt out. Do that with both brackets. You take the brackets off and throw them away. You don't need those. And then then the seat, see this bracket right here? This guy, part 6400 or 64100, should be able to bolt that right to the rig or come up with some kind of adapter to do it. Screen grab of the F3. All right, 4x3, see you, buddy. All right, let me take a look at that screen grab. Thank you, Pembo, actually. A massive asteroid comet hits the surface of Jupiter on the 13th of September. Holy cow, this is amazing. That's really neat. Hi, AJ. Bye, AJ. So I'm not degreasing the moving parts, just cleaning it up. Just, dude, get a chamois. Just clean it with a chamois or a paper towel. That's fine. Best I can see, the bolt is attached to an angled adapter and goes through into a nut that is hard to access, but I'll give it a shot. Yeah, try sliding the track forward, pulling one, sliding the track back, pulling the other. See what it does. Most seats in cars are made like that. Last. My Crew Dragon model thus far. Hey, it looks good, Lunprod. So, what's the accident log saying? EAS-4 strut connector collided into Mark III fuselage. 3PT telescoping hydraulic cylinder collided into Mark III rocket fuselage. Battery bank charger. EAS-4 strut collided into Mark III into terrain. Oh, there's the problem. Yep. Your boy left the air brakes in the open position. Same exact problem that we had before. All right, now let's because all right, so Pembo, thank you for the accident log. EAS-4 strut collided into Mark III fuselage. 3PT telescoping hydraulic cylinder collided into fuselage. Z1K rechargeable battery bank. Okay, so we know the area. We can see where the explosion is, basically. The explosion's a dead giveaway where this is going on, right? The explosion's a dead giveaway. It's obviously on the right side of the pad, right? Okay, so what's over in that area of the pad that has a 3PT hydraulic cylinder and a Z1K rechargeable battery pack? Well, right here. There's your hydraulic cylinder, there's your battery pack. So that means it happened over here. And there's also a strut right there. The explosion from the pad came from over here. It came from this area right here. And if we went and look at the set state that I had the pad in, I had the air brakes open. See this? Watch the fuselage, okay? See that? You see it move the whole fuselage? That right there, I'm fairly confident is what's causing the problem. So, I'm going to test it. Not going to say I told you, but that's another thing that easily could be solved with checklists. No. Yeah, no, Swishio, I think you're just saying that you need to tell me so about something, and you literally have no idea what you're talking about. Not to be mean. Dude, look, hear me out. It's that right there is a problem that cropped up yesterday, okay? A checklist wouldn't have caught that. Well, now that I know the cause, maybe it could have. To be honest with you, maybe it could have, but once again, this is an ever-evolving situation, dude. Even a checklist, even if I write a checklist, if I wrote a checklist for the pad a week ago, that checklist wouldn't work with this pad because I changed things, like the air brakes, right? So, unless we have a constantly evolving checklist, in which case we constantly have to keep up with revisions for it, dude, who's going to do all those revisions? The other thing is, dude, I have to make this stuff idiot-proof. I have to. Oops, sorry, I hit something. I have to make this stuff idiot-proof because I have to be able to do this while being able to talk to you guys. I have to work on my multitasking. And a checklist is not going to help that. Like, Swish, I appreciate the help, but like this, well, I told you so with a checklist. That doesn't help me. That does the opposite. Like, who's going to maintain these checklists? Who's going to maintain them? Who's going to update them? You know, like, that's just extra stuff to do. It's easier and better, and it's more intuitive for the stream to just not have one. And I know that sounds dumb. Like, I get it. If this was real life, man, hell no. I would have a checklist every step of the way. But in real life, one person doesn't run a space program either. And I don't want the stream to be me just writing and going through checklists for crazy amounts of time. Like, Swish, it's better if I just get it right. I'm telling you. Like, but then again, maybe if we, teach good habits, it might be a better idea. I don't know. Basically, the air brakes caused the Kraken strike? Yeah, well, we're going to find out here in a second. Swishio's not a troll, Brox. Last boss, legit solution. Maybe set up lights to show whether something is like on or off, like DOS did with the DOS cannon back in the day. Maybe. Sorry, I didn't mean to be a jerk. Nah, Switchy, I'm just pissed off that it's not cooperating correctly, dude. I didn't mean to take it out on you. That's my fault. So, Switchy, guys, if you notice, all right, and we'll keep rolling to the pad. I won't pause the game. If you notice, I remember a good deal of this stuff. I remember like 90% of the stuff. What I like to do is make the UX with the pad very simple and very intuitive for me. I try to make it idiot-proof for me. Basically, I can be on autopilot and make the pad work correctly, right? If repetition will make that work correctly, and good user experience, making the pad easy to use. Think like iPhone UI. I get it. Some people don't like the iPhone. I didn't ask what phone you liked. Okay? All right? I have to make it simple and intuitive to use, because you never know when I'm going to get asked a question about something in chat. And I never know when I'm going to, if I choose to answer that question, I need to make this as simple as possible. A checklist is going to do the opposite of that. A checklist is going to make me looking at the checklist the entire time and making sure the pad is good, and I'm going to end up answering no questions. Trust me, it'll be boring. You don't want to do that. I'm still mourning the mullet. Draco, what's your last? I don't see it. So my date last night went pretty well, but it looks like KSP might have been giving you some challenges. It's just another step. It's just another thing to fix. Yeah, Tessa, maybe. All right, we're about to come into render range. Let's see if it blows up. Yep. All right. Wait, hold on. Yep. It's the air brakes. It's the air brakes. Simple as that. Just fold the air brakes back when the crane is stowed. That's it. That's all we got to do. All right, guys. I'm not gonna... That pad exploded, and that is mission mode lore. The game did crash, but it did explode. But in order to save ourselves some time, I'll use the numbers that I used for when the pad exploded yesterday. I lost about 10 grand worth of stuff. I was able to recover most of it. Fortunately, when a pad Kraken strikes, everything just separates. You blow it, a couple of parts blow up, but most of the pad survives. I'm gonna dock myself about 20K out of my funds, because that's how much we lost last time the pad exploded. So I'm gonna minus 20 out here. So we need to go to 39. Oh, there we go. So, I mean, this achieves the same result. I obviously can't delete this pad and place it again. It's just saving us some time, that's all. Yeah, 10K loss is 10K for the repair. Exactly. That's why it cost us about 10K. If you want to go watch the VOD, you can see the actual numbers. So I'm taking 20K out and we'll call it even. Now we know exactly what makes this thing break. Let's keep going with the mission. Is there a Mars in the game? Yeah, there's a planet called Duna. Yep. Duna is the Kerbin Mars analog. Just like Moon is the Moon analog, or Mun is the Moon analog, and Kerbin is the Earth-esque analog. And let that penalty remind you to keep the air brakes down. Umbre... That's why I have such a strict adherence to my rule set, dude. Failing like that teaches you the best. I'm serious. I don't want my pad to explode. That's a very good deal of time and annoyance, right? That sucks. You don't want that to happen, right? So now, like, that failure in docking the 40K now for losing 2 pads, yeah, that's something I won't forget, you know? And we found another way that the pad can fail, which means we found another way to make it more reliable by, you know, not doing that. Do you think an action group that makes sure the air brakes are retracted would be a good idea? Well, Forlorn, this is what I mean about user experience. How would an action group be any different than me just hitting retract on the cow controller? How is that any different? It's still there's no difference in those 2 steps. It's just another step to remember. The real question we should be asking is, is there a way that I could, with the crane, that I could force the user experience to remember? Like, is there another step I can use that can lead me to air brake retraction? Like, let's think about it. What would be a good step? So what do I need to do with the crane to get it out of the way, to put it into the stowed position? Is there something that I need to do? The gear, the landing gear is a good one. But if I bind the landing gear, if we bind the air brakes to deploy when the landing gear is in the upward state, right? If we do that, that means when the crane is in the stowed position, that means the air brakes are open with the gear up. So we don't want to do that. How'd you get the pad out here? I rolled it on landing gear, Swishio. Yeah, we rolled it on landing gear. It works a lot better than you think, dude. Can you prevent using the gears when the brakes are not in the correct state? No, I can't do something like that. We can't do an if-then like that with cow controllers. It doesn't work like that. Have a set of lights that are all on when the pad is stowed and all set, and all off when in launch configuration. Yeah, but Snow, what tells me to remember to shut the lights off? You know what I mean? Like, I need something. We gotta have something. I got one. To stow the crane, I always have to reset the boom. I always have to put the gantry crane into the stowed position, right? We have to do that, or else the hydraulics are going to drift. We know that. I have to do that every time, or else everything will bend out of shape. These things will all bend. We know that. How about I make it so if this thing gets past a certain position, like here, we take the air brakes and we add them into the action group. So the air brakes will always be deployed. The air brakes will be deployed when the crane is being used automatically, and then when we retract the crane completely, the air brakes will automatically close. Because I know I need to do that every time. I have to stow that every time, or else this thing is going to drift. And I wouldn't move the crane without this thing being with this thing being in an outward position. Why use the air brakes at all? Alignment, Havocs. We need to align. The crane has no left-right. It only has forward, back, up, and down. It's a 2-axis crane, not a 3, right? Because of that, I have to make sure that the crane is completely aligned with the payload vehicle, which is completely aligned with the pad. So when I go to put payloads in, the payloads aren't crooked inside of the payload bay. That's why alignment is key. I was about to mention something like that. With binary state objects, just have the cow controller perform the action. I agree. I think that's a good idea. Because I have to stow this. Right? And that would mean whenever this is in the stowed position, the air brakes will retract automatically. That's what I'm talking about UX. Basically make it so it can't work in one particular way to prevent anybody from ever making that failure mode happen ever.
Go at throttle up.
Hey Eisenar, what's up? Yeah, Swishio, that works. Gotcha, maybe a future revision system for alignment that doesn't penetrate the pad walls. How else am I gonna get it centered, dude? I like that idea. Basically, what we're going to do here, I'm going to take this cow controller. That cow controller is working on a 0 to 5, right? We'll go into our action groups here. And then let me go to the horizontal control, open the track editor, right? And then let's go back into AGs, right? And let me select the alignment brake controller. Or no, let me select the cow controller. Horizontal control, add play position for the alignment brakes cow controller, and then have a 0, and then plus in at 5 seconds. No, at 1 second, basically have a value of 5. Make it foolproof by delegating it to a computer and you just press a button. Well, I know I have to do this, Swishio. I have to move that crane into the stowed position or the hydraulics will bend all over the place. And then take this value over here and set that value to 5 as well. Alright, so let's get out of our AGs for a second. Check this out. And then go here like this. Right? And then... Perfect. That should do it, and that should fix that completely. This thing should never, ever crack and strike ever again. So I guess that deploying the air brakes repeatedly for alignment won't ever cause the pad walls to break. It's never... Well, Havoc's... I can only speak to what I've tested. It's never caused the pad walls to explode before. What I don't understand, Havoc's, is how this problem never manifested itself over there. Ever. Not once. You're telling me that every single time I did any type of integration with that pad over there, it never happened? But also at the same time, I modified the crane. What did I modify on the crane? I modified the crane because these SRBs were doing this. The crane was buckling in the center. We saw that happening. That was one of the reasons why the crane had to be recovered after a certain amount of time. Well, I'll give you 3 guesses why the crane, which is U-shaped, upside down U-shaped, was doing this. Was spreading down at the bottom. What do you think? That buckling I thought was just part drift. It's not part drift. It's the air brakes pushing up against the pad and pushing the outsides of the crane out like this and causing it to buckle in the center. The modification that I made to the crane was putting in a crossbar to prevent buckling in the center like this. It was to prevent that from happening because I thought it was just part drift from using the crane. Turns out it's not. The air brakes are causing that problem. See what I mean, guys? Nothing happens randomly in KSP. Nothing. Everything happens for a reason in this game. It's just sometimes the reasons don't make sense with actual physics. Well, this is no different than guiding the crane on rails, dude. But yeah, I tried to guide it on the outside of the pad. These things have as high an impact tolerance as the other ones before, but yeah, maybe. See, and this is the kind of stuff that happens, man. You know, like, okay, the one time Kerbal is super inconsistent with its physics simulation is if you reload, if you quick save and quick load. That's the other thing I've noticed with KSP. Quick saving and quick loading will give you a different result every time. If you never quick save and quick load, the results become way, way more consistent. Reverting to launch is the same thing too. For whatever reason, when the first time you put a vehicle out on the runway, the physics are different than if you revert to launch. Seriously. If you don't do that, the game's physics become very, very consistent. Everything happens for a reason. And because of that, because Pembo posted this screenshot, thank you, Pembo, I was able to pinpoint it. And then we tested it. Subaru seats. And then we tested the sucker. And it worked. And now we figured out, because we knew, we at least pretty much proved the root cause of that problem, we added in a dummy-proof step to make sure that that never happens again. The crane retracting is something I can't forget because it'll cause hydraulic drift. That's something I always will do. I have to. If binding that to the air brakes Now that problem should never happen again. If it happens again, well, I'm going to be a little confused, but it shouldn't. So, with that being said, let's put the crane... Let's get the crane into the right position for SSTO integration. Sorry for the sidetrack. Gunny, don't worry about it. It's no problem. A dummy-proof step. How about an EJ-proof step? What do you think I was referring to? You? That's what I mean, Jonas. I figured that out a long time ago, and Das actually proved that too on his stream. Quick saving and quick loading and reverting to launch give you inconsistent results. If you never do that, the results are super consistent. That means that, and if the results are super consistent, dude, I had a huge breakthrough stream about this in like 2018. If the results are consistent, then you can trace the fault tree. And that helped me figure out the rules for mission mode inadvertently. So when is the revival on your list? Revival. What do you mean, Demon? And it looks like instead of 4 bolts, they actually use rivets in all 4 corners. Drill them out. Drill out the rivet. Oh, Goodwood. Oh, dude, yeah. I would love to. That footage, dude. It's awesome. Pretty solid, not pop rivets. I'll post a picture in Discord. Got it. Alright. So, we're go for SSTO integration. The crane is now safed and docked to the pad with its air brakes open, which is fine. That's okay. I'm wondering what's going to happen when we undock the crane with the air brakes open. I'm pretty sure I've done that before, but lettuce, vegetable. I mean pray. No, I mean I don't know. Okay, let's see what this does here. Why is the Cars and Motorsports channel not safe for work? It's not safe for work because when we watch Formula 1 races, a lot of expletives tend to get thrown around. It's like one of the only not safe for work channels I have in the entire Discord, man. I mean, that's fair. Bro. It's the After Hours channel. Oh, man. That's awesome. Cool. We finally got some footage, man. Most excellent. Actually, bring it back. Sorry, I was just looking at that footage. Alright, let's go. In our hearts, we're all at least partial Ferrari fans. Dude, I am a Ferrari fan. I've been a Ferrari fan since 1996. I've been through the ups and the downs. Lot of downs. Lot of downs. Some ups though, but mostly downs. At least you're not a Red Sox fan. I already subtracted some funds, Novus. I subtracted some funds based off of that exact same problem happening yesterday, and I tallied up how much money I lost yesterday, dude. So it was all downhill since you started being a fan. You're the reason they suck right now. 1996? I think you might want to... You might want to check some things with that. I did Singularity. I started with a design already. I made a design in my sandbox save, dude, to start mission mode, so I wouldn't spend like the first week of mission mode just wasting time making a pad. So I started with kind of a starter rocket, right? Alright. Check for alignment here. Let me go to the pad and see what our attachment port is saying. 0, 271 on the dot. So 0 and 271. That's what we're looking for. Let's go in here like this. .268.8. We're not aligned. Okay. I was just checking you're paying attention. Oh. There we go. All right, let's double check for our alignment here. 270.6. .270.7. Okay, less than 1/10 of a degree off on the pitch and the heading axis. The next step here is to secure the forward bipod strut. We're misaligned. Okay. All right. So we have a slight misalignment. See, guys, the other day, this is where what I did before, what EJ did before, was start messing with the friction control. But that's not the solution. We're slightly misaligned. So I'm going to undock the jet truck here for a second. We're going to get the jet truck away. Okay? Yeah, malls, people are pieces of crap. Alright. Go back over here like this. Oh, it would help if I shut the engines off on jet truck. Okay. So we're slightly misaligned. What's the pitch difference here? What's the pitch difference on this port? Control from here, 0.2. It's -2, so the launch box is pointing slightly down. And that's +4. Okay, so we're bent on the launch box. Alright, so everything should fall into alignment if I do this. We don't want to do that. Alright, I'm going to move these air brakes up just a little bit. And we'll see if we can get the thing aligned that way. Basically do everything but mess with the damn friction control. Nice, Demon. Already 4 o'clock. Damn it. Stupid pad explosion. Alright, let's just jiggle the handle a little bit, see what happens. There we go. We got the ports to dock. Perfect. Okay. She's in position. Now, let's double check our heading alignment here. It's 0.2 on the launch plate at 270.5. 0.8. I'm going to adjust the spring control here. See if we can move the landing gear up a little bit. It seems like the front landing gear isn't gliding. Oh, well, there's your problem. There's no... If I hit same vessel interaction here, it's going to insta-glide with that landing gear. So how about we retract the landing gear? It'll crack and strike. So how about we retract the landing gear and then turn on SVI on the center fuselage here. Now we go back to the gear and we extend it down. Toggle SVI on that front gear. See if we can get the nose of this thing up. There we go. Okay. Bingo. 0.2, 270.4. Right, French? Let's control from here. 0, 270.6. We're still 0.2 degrees off. Alright. Unpin that. Go here. See, this is the system I need to work on more. I need to find a way to basically level the SSTO better when it's aligned to the pad. And if I can level it better and lock it in that position, that'll make payload integration a lot easier. Stuff is less likely to drift when you have everything nice and level. Zero, 270.5, 0.1, 270.6. Alright, we're within 1/10 of a degree. Now, for payload integration, we should lock that plate out, and then... Okay. I'm trying, Malls, I'm trying. So we have to get the old payload attachment fitting out of there, alright? We should... To prevent a crane dock to the pad, which will drift parts on the pad, I'm going to undock the payload inside of the payload bay, and it's just sitting there now. I should be able to just pick it out with the crane. So we're gonna go to our payload transfer vehicles here, or payload transfer vehicle. We're gonna open it up, and I have an empty bay to put the dispenser in, and then I have a new bay loaded with a satellite with the dispenser in that. So now what I'm going to do, this is the moment of truth, I guess. We are going to undock this thing. We're going to undock it with the air brakes open, and we're going to see what happens. Nice, Grab. I wish we could just dump the used dispenser after the deorbit burn. Yeah, John, there's no reason that we can't. I mean, how much does the dispenser cost? I mean, I'm just getting my money back because honestly, it's one extra operation on the pad, but you know, should we undock this thing? No. No. I gotta test it, though. I have to test it. I have to test it. Now would be the time to do it. I can't look. I looked. And it didn't do anything. Strange. Strange. Very, very strange. That's weird. I don't know why it wouldn't do it there, but it would do it when we load up physics. We just did the same thing. What caused a couple of pads to spontaneously combust on physics load-in? The air brakes? Wait, what the hell? Oh, it is in a deployed state. Alright, cool. Air brakes were hitting it. It's a long story. Argnarvich, do you remember when I would look at the old pad that was here the other day? This one, the one that didn't blow up yesterday? How the crane would buckle in the center? Well, I fixed that problem. I fixed the problem by putting in a reinforcement bar on the crane with some struts there to prevent the crane from doing this. But I never figured out why the crane was doing that. Well, I'll give you 3 guesses. The air brakes, I use the air brakes for alignment to get this thing centered on the pad. And the air brakes, every time I loaded and unloaded the pad, would push it out a little bit. And it would cause the crane to buckle in the center. Well, if I fixed that problem up here, and then we went to reload the pad with the air brakes deployed, well, this is the part that was giving. It would crack and strike it very slightly. Now that that part doesn't give... Remo?
Pizza's here.
Yo, this is sick, dude. Merch just came in. It's pretty good, man. Yeah, Italian guy, tell me something I don't know. Nice autocorrect. Luis, that's a nice autocorrect, man. That's hilarious. Dude, this is actually a really nice hat. It's a Redbubble. It's a Redbubble hat. It's nice. It's a good hat. Nothing like a good hat. I mean, personally, I like trucker hats because I like having the mesh so your hair can breathe. That's not a thing at all, but you get the idea. Tea is comfy too? Good. Welcome back.
Yo,
Yo.
look what else we got.
Stickers!
That's for the back of the truck. And then I got 10 of these in case anybody...
They're not on camera. They can't see those.
Oh, I got 10 of these so we can hand them out or put them places or whatever.
Very nice.
We got mugs and shirts too, but they're not here yet.
Mugs. That's pretty neat.
Should come get pizza.
Yeah, let me get this mission ready to go and then we'll take a break. You need big door magnets? You're a door magnet. Got him. I don't do giveaways, Jim.
Discovery,
I'll never do
go and throttle
giveaways.
up.
I just give stuff to people. I don't ask anything in return, and I don't put it on the stream either. Look, man, it took me this long to get another freaking merch shirt, dude. I want to make sure that I do it my own way with merch plugging and stuff. What are those? Shoes. RT. 46 months. I can't put Ford's logo on something and sell it, Oradon. That's the problem. Put them on the gas pumps? Are you installing a CPU? It's a payload fitting. Totally zap all the gas pumps. I'm not defacing someone's property for my own financial gain. Sorry. Oh, I'll put it on the truck. Sure, absolutely. What's the big ugly yellow pads on the satellite? That's the dispenser. These are guides to make sure that it installs straight in the payload bay. Alright, Core. See you, buddy. Have fun in class. No, I haven't, drummer. I haven't, dude. When have I needed business cards? Alright, nope, we're not gonna force the issue. These hydraulics are acting like they're not engaged, and I'm not sure how to... Power? 2 kilonewton meters max? That's strange. Alright, well, let's up the docking port magnetization. Control from here. Make sure that this port is... What's the reciprocal? Let me switch to that real quick. 89.9 is the reciprocal here, so we need to make sure that this thing, the crane, that needs to be basically 89.9. It needs to be the exact same. Buenas noches a todos. ¿Cómo estás, banana? Alright, drop it down. 89.8. Crane jostled around a little bit, but it's alright. Inspiration 4 video from Orbit. Yeah, that's really cool. I'm really happy. It's a good day for space. Cool, Tiger. Now, what the heck's going on with this? Snake, what's going on? Pretty good. The weekend is here. There's a toilet up there, Luz. Yeah, there's a toilet. The dragon has a toilet in it and a privacy curtain. Yeah, it's a little bit of a confined space, but ironically, in space inside the capsule is at a premium. What was the name of the battleship you wanted to start at? The Iowa. 3 days, no potty. John, Brimo and I were discussing the idea of hitting all 3 Iowas on the way home. We were thinking about it. No, nothing's concrete yet. If we go through North Carolina, we could hit every battleship. Yeah, we could. We'd have to get the Texas though. That's too far out of the way. So, Los Angeles, Houston, North Carolina, Virginia, New Jersey, Massachusetts. That's all the battleships in the lower 48. That's a little bit out of the way, though. Maybe just hit all the Iowas. We forgot the Bama. That's right. See, that's too far out of the way, Ansel. I'm not sure if we're going to have enough time for that. Texas is closing soon. I don't know what that means, and I don't want to know. Oh, you're talking about the battleship. Okay. It's currently closed. Oh, okay. Major repairs. Well, it needs it. It's a little bit old. Alright. Did the air brakes retract? Air brakes are in the retracted position. Okay, cool. Space news time. Sorry I didn't get that mission off. Just, John, when I try to force the issue to get the mission done, 30,000 different things end up. More people need my attention all at once, you know? Never fails, bro. Nice picture. Nice, T-Man. Fully autonomous flight program. I'd make that a separate trip. Start at the Iowa, end at the Constitution. Yeah, that's what I mean. Hopefully this is the first of a couple of projects, you know? Alright. So guys, I'm just gonna take 5 to 10 minutes. I'm gonna grab something to eat, and there's Inspiration 4 stuff right now. There's the draft environmental assessment. Space News is gonna take a long time today. But Fortunately, we have an SSDO that's ready to go, and we can jump right into KSP. Did you ever get to see my latest pick from Inspiration 4? I'm sure I saw it on Twitter, Snake. But yeah, link it up, dude. More project cars? Maybe. I need a shop, guys. I need a place to put all this stuff. I own 4 project cars, or 3 project cars now. But it's okay. It's alright. I'll find a place to put it. America's next strategic tanker, introducing the LMXT, built in America by Americans for Americans, tailored to meet the U.S. Air Force requirements now and in the future. That's a... okay. You collecting Space News links? Actually, honestly, no, I am not. I have... well, here, let me show you. Want to see how much links I have? Take a look. Look at all the tabs on this monitor. Or on this... see? Those are all the Space News links that have already been linked. Nope. I don't need Space News links today. Nah, we're good.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Maverick, thanks for the sub. There's also you guys right there. Yeah, I don't know. No, seriously, I'm not... no. No, I do not. I do not need more Space News links today. Is that all? That is a lot more than normal. Alright. So, I will be back momentarily. Here, and then we'll go. Save time and eat on stream. I can't do that, O4s. People get all pissed off at me when I do that. Ando, I'm looking at you, you jerk. No, that and it's not a good thing to do. I don't like talking with my mouth full. Really don't. Late at night, during after hours, I don't care. During the day, though, let's, you know. Alright, so how Space News is pretty much going to pan out is Inspiration 4 stuff first, and then... Inspiration 4 stuff first, and then draft environmental assessment after that. So, I'll be back momentarily. Don't go anywhere. Still plenty of stream left.